So in my mother's family, her oldest sister is Darlene Cordova. Then she was born, and her name is Linda Cordova. Then my aunt Kathy Cordova was born. And then my uncle Jeff Cordova was born. And then my aunt Nancy Cordova was born. Out of those 5, 2 are believed to have been murdered, and that is Kathy Cordova and Nancy Cordova, and they were impersonated by agents of the MK Ultra program. So the Winters family is not a real family. Every member of the Winters family, Nancy Winters, Terry Winters, Josh Winters, Jake Winters, and Hannah Winters, those people are impersonated or acted by a number of different actors. So I would like to explain a little bit about the MK Ultra program infiltrating families, such as my own, the Cordova family. So these people are professional actors. They are professional schizophrenics that model themselves after real people. They transform into different personalities. And this is done through the MK Ultra program, utilizing radio frequency technology that connects their agents to their targets, such as my aunt, Nancy Cordova. So I first realized that something was wrong in the year 2016, and I was visiting California, and my grandfather had to go to the hospital because he was having problems with one of his feet. So I was standing in the hospital corridor outside my grandfather's room, and I saw this heavy-set woman, kind of a stocky woman, walking toward me, and she looked Mexican. She looked like a dark-skinned Mexican woman, and I watched her walk down the corridor toward me. And then I was kind of surprised when she stopped right next to me, and she stood next to me, and I looked over at her, and I saw that she was my aunt. But I didn't recognize her. When I saw her walking down the corridor, I did not recognize her, because that was not my aunt. It was one of the women who worked for the MK Ultra program, whose job it is to impersonate people in my family who they have killed. So this particular agent has not yet been identified, but she's a little bit taller than the other ones. So I looked over at her. I said, "Oh, I didn't recognize you, Nancy." And she didn't say anything. So then it was either later on in the trip, or maybe the next time I went to California, a year or two later, my brother and I were again staying at my grandfather's house. And Nancy Winters and her family came over to visit. And we were in the living room. And her son and her daughter, Jake and Hannah Winters, had turned on a movie. So I walked into the room and I was looking at the movie that they were watching, and I felt somebody looking at me. So I looked over and I seen Nancy Cordova Winters just glaring at me spitefully, like she really disliked me. She had this spiteful or angry look in her eyes. She seemed a little bit shorter than she was in the hospital, and she was kind of glaring at me. And I looked over at her, and it looked like she was about to say something, but then changed her mind and began talking to her daughter. So my aunt, Nancy Cordova, was nothing like that ever. She was always a very friendly, happy person. So when I was younger and I used to visit California, my Aunt Nancy used to go with my mother and my little brother and I to Disneyland. And she was always a very outgoing person who made these trips very fun. She was a very optimistic, outgoing person who was a very positive person. So I thought back and I remembered one other incident that took place in the year 1996 when I was around 20 years old. And I'd gone to California to visit, and her husband, Terry Winters, had offered to take me jet skiing. While we were jet skiing, he went out of his way to throw me off the back of his jet ski about 4 or 5 different times. And he was acting unusual. He wasn't saying anything. He kind of had this weird, blank, dumb look on his face. And he was acting extremely aggressive and somewhat violent by opening up his jet ski and then turning it real quick so the momentum would throw me off the back of the jet ski. And he would do this again and again and again. And he wouldn't say anything. So I think that quite possibly what he wanted to do was throw me off the jet ski and then use the jet ski to assault me in the water, to drive up real quick and hit me with the jet ski. But I want to thank the Pleiadians for preventing that. So after we were done on the jet ski, we drove back over to the dock. And a short time later, Nancy Winters drove up with Josh Winters, who was only around 4 or 5 years old at that time. Josh Winters was supposedly born around the year 1991. and this was 1996. And when she drove up, again she was looking at me funny. She had this spiteful or strange look on her face, and she was dropping off her son, Josh Winters. And instead of being friendly and saying anything to me, like how do you like the jet ski, or anything at all, she again acted like a stranger. She was staring straight down, like she didn't want to make eye contact, and she was scowling, like something was wrong. And that is how Terry Winters behaved as well. They get this blank look in their eyes. They cannot make eye contact. They do not know what to say, and they just stare at the ground. And the little boy that she dropped off acted the same exact way. He too acted slow, kind of staring at the ground, with a blank look in his eyes, never saying a single thing. They get this blank look in their eyes. They cannot make eye contact. They do not know what to say, and they just stare at the ground. And the little boy that she dropped off acted the same exact way. He too acted slow, kind of staring at the ground, with a blank look in his eyes, never saying a single thing. So that whole situation is described in the video Aristocrat, Alien Hybrid Serial Killers, Part 3. I discussed 2 or 3 other agents, and he is one of them. Terry Winters is believed to be a drug addict. He is a professional actor who acts under a number of different celebrity names, such as Vincent Gallo, Tom Cruise, and Woody Harrelson. He is a very low caliber person. He gave off signs that he was a drug addict. Whenever he would arrive at my grandparents' house and sit down, he would begin to doze off in a matter of moments. This suggests a drug addict who is on drugs like morphine or OxyContin. So this is a photograph of Michael Babcock's, Greg Orban, and a girl named Michelle Noah. She went by Mickey Noah. And they came over my house after school one day. And Greg Orban, who I spoke about previously, and Mike Babcock both acted strangely. So Greg Orban was supposedly a musician, and I think that he played more than one instrument. I believe that his main instrument was guitar. So I used to take guitar lessons, but I never really learned. But I had an acoustic guitar in my room. So as soon as Greg Orban saw the guitar, he picked it up and he sat down on the bed and he stared at the guitar. He acted like he was getting ready to play the guitar, but then he just looked down at it as if he didn't know what to do. And I think I asked him, "What's wrong?" And he said, "Your guitar is not in tune." And he kind of sat there looking at it, almost as if he was afraid to even try to tune it. So because of this, I think Greg Orban did not really play guitar. And if he did, his handler would have to assist him through the MK Ultra program. The funny thing is that he played guitar for a hardcore group called Dismay. And they would play shows in dive bars. One was called the Nightbreed and was in Norwalk, Connecticut. And he would get up on stage and he appeared to be playing guitar. So quite often they will either use a double, they will use a look-alike agent who knows how to play guitar, act as Greg Orban on the night of a show. In other cases, they will just act like they're playing instruments, and the music will be pre-recorded. So next is a video that was recorded by my grandfather on his VHS camcorder, I believe in the year 1990, Christmas 1990. And you can see Nancy Cordova Winters, number 3, who is identified as the professional actress Carrie Green, also known as Winona Ryder, also known as Brittany Murphy. So this video is taken supposedly right before Nancy Winters gave birth to Josh Winters. So in this video taken at my grandparents' house in Anaheim, California, Nancy Winters, number 3, is seated on the floor. And at one point, even though she is pregnant, she leans forward to show somebody a gift that she has received. And she puts all her weight onto her stomach. So I do not know if that is a normal maneuver for somebody who is pregnant. In this video, she also appears to be wearing shoulder pads. She looks like she's wearing giant shoulder pads. So this could be part of her disguise because she may be a smaller person. She may be a smaller agent. And she has to give off the impression of somebody who is pregnant or overweight. She may also have to blend in with the other Nancy Winters, who may be a little bit larger than she.
What is that? It's an antique. What does it read? I don't know, Mom. It's another language. It looks like Dutch.
Nancy, okay, cut off. Show that belly. Show that belly. We're gonna zoom in.
How about cut off?
That's not very good.
That ain't all he got.
It looks like Dutch or German.
Real
old, Nat. Oh.
What is it, Nat?
Looks like Dutch to me. Wow. They gave me a couple books to read to our baby.
Let's see what it is.
Goose and the Golden Treasury of Classic Fairy Tales.
What do you say?
Thank you, Ollie. They're beautiful. Puss in Boots, the Ugly Duckling, Rapunzel, the Four Musicians, the Emperor's New Clothes, and the Princess and the Pea.
Look, I always wanted was that Mother Goose. I always stopped in the bookstore and looked at that.
Can I open
Okay, now you can open it.
Oh my goodness.
Because it's a mighty big gift.
Oh my goodness. Look at how
I bought that
pretty.
back last night.
Look at that. We saw this. Thank you, Daddy. We saw this.
Let's see.
Where were we?
I thought, what goodness, look at
We were at
Little bird.
shopping one day.
Bird in the nest.
See over here.
Who's that from now?
From Mother.
Jean, my Jeannie. Yeah?
Let me get a picture.
I would have she wouldn't have had no verticality.
Hey, Grandma, can you see? I got a monkey with a banana.
Hey, Mr. Santa Claus, turn around.
Hi.
That's it.
I'm trying to look at all the different things you got on the tree now. I love this one.
Beautiful.
It took me 3 days to put lights on. Just light. Because she's got them all brown. And it's not just one on a branch. Lights up. Hi, Dad. Lights up. Hi, Dad. Lights up. Hi, Dad. Lights up. Hi, Dad.
Where did you start?
How do you know I'm taking your picture?
You started
Because he
the top
was
and worked
smiling.
down with
No, it's at the bottom and work out. No, these lights are really cool. You see these lights? I can set them as fast as I want them to.
Zoom it in.
Are you?
Oh.
Smile.
We never had that many lights in our tree.
So next is a video that was recorded by my grandfather on his VHS camcorder, I believe in the year 1990, Christmas 1990. And you could see Nancy Cordova Winters, number 3, who is identified as the professional actress Carrie Green, also known as Winona Ryder, also known as Brittany Murphy. And her partner here, Terry Winters, also known as Tom Cruise, also known as Vincent Gallo, also known as Woody Harrelson, also known as a dozen more celebrity names, as he will transform into anybody that the big studios need this android to transform into.
I've made a hole in the ground. I've made a hole in the ground. I've made a hole in the ground. I've made a hole in the carpet.
Mine too with a heel.
Yeah, it's caught my
Mom, a
tooth.
baseball cap.
I gotta change
Oh,
mine.
cow. Oh, the University of Bears.
Something you need, yeah, that's
The hat.
something you needed, wasn't it?
Perfect. I'll leave it here, so I don't use your hat no more. Oh, I'm not gonna try it. I'll mess up my hair, dude.
That's what It's probably negative.
Boy, is that beautiful.
Oh my God.
Shoulder strap too and everything. Look at that.
Maybe not that color, but she wanted one.
God, I can't believe
She really, that's the color she'll get a lot of.
Yeah, 'cause the other one's blue, so this
Yeah.
one's a
That's pretty.
color.
I thought it was a natty American.
Nancy, if that's not the color, you have to get the dark one. There's the bone, the white, and the blue, and the black or something.
I like that one right
I like this one. Oh, I do.
there. That's one you like.
That's
That's
what
one
you got
you
last year, which was Gucci.
This is the one you chose.
That's the one. That'll match anything she wears.
So next is this photograph of my brother Chris Harwood. His name is Chris Cordova Harwood. And these are supposedly our cousins. None of these people are related to us. These are children of the MK Ultra program who say they are our cousins. This photograph was probably taken around the year 2008 when Josh Winters was supposedly around 17 or 18 years old. So identifying Josh Winters as actor James McAvoy, also known as Joaquin Phoenix, also known as Tyler Kerr #1 from Brookfield, Connecticut. He is believed to be in his late 30s or early 40s in this photograph, where he is impersonating a 17 or 18-year-old boy. The younger Josh Winters, who was around 5 years old in 1996, I am going to call Josh Winters #2. So in this photograph is Josh Winters #1. He has mild dwarfism. This is a common trait for agents of the MK Ultra program. They are being born with mild dwarfism. And these agents are used to infiltrate elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools while masquerading as children when they are in their 20s, their 30s, and their 40s. Seated on the floor wearing a black shirt is Jake Winters. This is supposedly the other son of my Aunt Nancy Cordova Winters. He is identified as the actor Daniel Radcliffe from the movie series Harry Potter. Jake Winters was supposedly born in the late 1990s, so he was always pretty young when I would go visit my grandparents. So I did not travel to California too often. In the year 2016, I flew to California to visit my grandparents, and I was seated in a room watching baseball with my grandfather, and the Winters pulled up, and Jake Winters walked into the room, and he did something very unusual. He walked into the room, and he held his arms up as if he were waiting for applause, and then he slowly turned around in a circle, and he was grinning with this wild look in his eyes, and he wouldn't make eye contact with me. He wouldn't say anything to me, and I just smiled at him, and I was waiting for him to say something, because this was the first time I would meet him as an adult. He was supposedly around 18 years old at that time. He seemed a lot older though, and he seemed pretty tall. So I smiled at him, and I was waiting for him to say something, like it's nice to finally meet you, or anything at all, because that is the normal practice of somebody entering a room where other people are. But he did not say anything to me. He did not look at me, and instead he turned around and hurried out of the room. So about 10 minutes go by, and I think to myself, maybe I should go start a conversation with him, because that is the proper thing to do, to at least say hello or shake their hand when you are basically meeting your cousin for the first time. So I walked out into the kitchen where Nancy Winters was seated with my mother and my other aunt Darlene. And I said, "Where is Jake?" And Nancy Winters said he left. I said, "What do you mean he left? Isn't your car still out there?" And she said, "Yeah, we took 2 cars. He brought his own car." So this psychotic pulled up with his car, hurried into my grandfather's house, walked into the room. He put his hands up in the air. He turned around in a circle. Then he ran back out to his car, got into his car, and drove away. I guess he was making a guest appearance. Here's a celebrity making a guest appearance. I guess that will work on any stage in Hollywood. That is what little Daniel Radcliffe is used to. This little idiot has no idea what to say. He doesn't know it's even proper to introduce yourself or shake the hand of your family members, people who are supposedly your family members that you are meeting for the first time. He doesn't know how to act normal at all. And this is another MK Ultra agent, Hollywood android, who is mildly mentally retarded. These people are dumb. So the next time I saw Jake Winters, he was about 6 inches shorter than he had been in 2016. In 2016, he was close to 6 feet tall. The next time I saw him, he was only 5.5 feet tall. And last is Hannah Winters. This Hannah Winters appears to be a child in this photograph. I met Hannah Winters number 3 in the year 2016. And at that time, she is identified as Caroline Messel, convicted killer Joshua Komisarjevsky's girlfriend, also known as Megan, Duchess of Sussex, number 2, also known as Miley Cyrus, number 1, also known as Shanna Rivera Kraus, also known as Danielle Pace. This agent also has mild dwarfism, so she appears very young. So this agent was probably born in the year 1980 and was around 35 years old when she was acting as 18-year-old Hannah Winters. This is a big practice in Hollywood. They get all of these agents with mild dwarfism who are extremely small people, and they all act as children on TV. These agents of the MK Ultra program are very slow. They are mentally disabled. They have mild mental retardation. They develop at a very slow rate. So they need their older agents who are in their 30s and 40s to act as high school students or even younger. So they are very used to that practice, acting as kids. And that is also used in their MK Ultra program to act as my grandparents' grandchildren. So my grandparents opened their door to these little degenerates, these 30 and 40-year-old agents of the MK Ultra program, enter into my grandparents' house and take Christmas money from them. These are multi-millionaire Hollywood actors, and they enter into my grandparents' house year after year, most likely with cyanide in their pocket, hoping to poison my grandparents. That's what they bring with them. That's what they offer my grandparents and my aunts. And in return, they are given Christmas cards and birthday cards filled with hard-earned money that these little multi-millionaire Hollywood MK Ultra program aristocrats can go hoard. These people are the personification of infinite greed. They are essentially demons that walk among us, and they are here to destabilize the American middle class, the American economy, as they continue to conduct a silent war on American citizens. So what my mother told me is that especially Nancy Winters, she would go to my grandmother who had a trust, and her trustee was my mother's older sister, Darlene Cordova. So Nancy Winters would either go to my grandmother or my grandmother's trustee, Darlene Cordova, and ask for money to be given to the Winters family. And they always said that they needed clothes or college tuition money. So I think that the Winters family, the people who are identified as Winters, a good number of them are drug addicts. They are addicted to the drug OxyContin. Terry Winters is addicted to drugs. I believe that Hannah Winters, number 3, also known as Caroline Messel, is addicted to drugs. I also think that Josh Winters, number 1, also known as Louis LeBlanc Jr., is also addicted to drugs. So they went to my grandmother or my grandmother's trustee, Darlene Cordova, and would ask for money with the excuse that the Winters children needed clothes, school supplies, or school tuition money. The Winters are professional actors. They are related to Dustin Hoffman. They are related to Baron Robert Fellows. They are related to King Charles. They are the royal family of England. Hannah Winters, number 3, has been identified as Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, who is the wife of Prince Harry, who is the son of King Charles. And these agents are impersonating Cordova family members. And they're going to my grandmother and my aunt and asking for money to be given to them. And if you were to ask them why they're doing that, it's because they hate my grandparents and they hate my aunt. And if they're unable to kill those people, the second best thing is to be able to get money from them or be handed things. That would make them hate my family a little bit less if my family always gives them things, gives them money. I am not exaggerating when I say that these people act ravenous. They act animalistic. And their jobs was to approach my family, infiltrate my family, and kill my family, impersonate family members, and then go after additional members of the Cordova and the Harwood family and taking over what they have. And that is what these religious cults have done since the beginning of civilization. It is written about in the book of Genesis. There is a good video that I have where I decode the book of Genesis. When some of you have heard that the Bible is written in code, it is not exactly like that. But I basically explain what is happening in the book of Genesis. I decode the book of Genesis in my documentary series entitled Generations. These types of people have been doing this since Old Testament times, and they are still doing it in modern day times. Even though that they are super wealthy, they are still doing this. They don't need any more money. They have so much money in their bank accounts. The money itself is becoming devalued because they are making so much of it. They are printing up so much of it. And they are scamming so many people in the stock market. And they're making so much money that they're hoarding in bank accounts. They are devaluing their own currency. That is how much money that these people have. And then they impersonate Cordova family members. And if they're unable to poison my grandmother, they will become filled with hate. And then they will go to my grandmother or my aunt and then ask for money for whatever excuse they could come up with. And then that will make them hate my grandparents or hate my family a little less. And they'll say something like, we weren't able to kill them, but at least we got a little money out of it. And they'll take that money and go have a party with it. This is the intellect of these people born through incest, who are used as child prostitutes. And they use sex and relationships as a weapon. That is also what they are taught starting at a young age. They will have sex with everybody in their group, They would produce children through incest and who will also be used like them. And then they approach regular people and they hate those people. They hate regular people. Regular heterosexual people from regular families. They hate those people because they are not like them. That is why they're also referred to as a fertility cult. They are all about sex, and they use sex as a weapon. They use sex to attack everybody else. So when you live in certain areas, like Brookfield, Connecticut, Keene, New Hampshire, Anaheim, California, Chicago, Illinois, White Plains, New York, you will be living in an area where many of the people are part of the MK Ultra program or are part of religious cults. So my Aunt Darlene Cordova, she was living with my grandparents when they got older, and she was helping them as they got elderly. And first my grandmother died, and then my grandfather died. And so she sold the house, and that money was divided up between my mother, my Uncle Jeff, my Aunt Darlene, and then these agents who have impersonated family members for decades now. So the Merrow family and the Winters family took almost half of my family's inheritance. Half of it went to these professional actors and actresses who are part of the royal family from England. So my Aunt Darlene, she took her inheritance money and she bought a small condominium. And as she is getting older, she is losing sight in one eye. And she can't drive as well as she used to. So Nancy Winters said to my aunt, "Why don't you come and move into my house? And in return, Jake Winters, Nancy Winters' son, could move into your condominium. And you could move into Jake's old bedroom. And that kid can move into your condominium." So I spoke to my Aunt Darlene, and she said that she and the Winters went on vacation together to Hawaii. And on this trip that they planned, the Winters family suggested this plan. And she said that Terry Winters and Jake Winters were laughing. And Jake Winters stated all he needed to know was where to park his truck. The only thing he wants to know is where does he park his truck once he moves into my aunt's condominium and she packs up her things and she moves into his bedroom at Terry and Nancy Winters' house. And they were all laughing about that. All the details have been attended to. The plans are all set. The only thing that Jake Winters, the only thing that Daniel Radcliffe needs to know is where does he park his truck once he takes over your condominium. They want to take away your condominium after year of that woman handing money to them and Christmas money and birthday money every year, showing them love, cooking them meals, bringing them out to eat. After 20 or 30 years of doing that, the only thing that Jake Winters needs to know when he tries to take possession of my aunt's condominium is where does he park his truck. So the reason that Nancy Cordova, number 4, also known as Lauren LaBarbera, also known as the actress Julia Roberts, and Nancy Cordova, number 2, also known as the war criminal Lindy England, and Nancy Winters, number 3, also known as the actress Brittany Murphy, also known as the actress Carrie Green, number 2. The reason that all of these agents that impersonate Nancy Cordova want my aunt Darlene Cordova to move in with them is because they feel that that would give them more of an advantage to begin to slowly kill my aunt, most often by poisoning her. That is a common way that these agents of the MK Ultra program who move in with regular Americans kill them by slowly poisoning them to death. So you might think that after being treated like family members, invited over every Christmas, remembered on their every birthday, treated kindly and with love. After my grandparents died, to give them 1/2 of the inheritance. You may think that the Winters family or the Marrow family may let my Aunt Darlene live out the rest of her days with independence in her own condo that she worked for. But no, they want to take her condo away from her. They want to encourage my Aunt Darlene Cordova to move into their son, Jake Winters' room, so that Jake Winters can move into her condominium and take over her condominium, because they feel that they are entitled to all of that, because there is no end to their greed. That is how they hate regular people. This goes back to the aristocrat mentality of Europe. They own everything, and you should be nothing but serfs that live on their land, and they're slaves. The British government, they are the ones that encouraged slavery by running all the slave ships that took people from Africa and sold them in America to work on the plantations. They are the ones who started the whole slave trade practice. And then they had the nerve to lie to you and say they were always against slavery. That's the only thing that they practice, these royal families and these aristocrats in Europe. Everybody is their slaves. Everybody owes them. That is why there were so many fights in America, in the colonies, before we became the United States. Because the only thing that they wanted to do, these aristocrats, was tax America to death, to increase the taxes to the point that almost everything, all the profits, would go to these aristocrats. And they made things so impossible that the Americans finally revolted against them. These aristocrats are inbred serial killers that prey on the middle classes, that prey on the subjects that live in their countries. If you need any proof, just start looking into the royal families or the aristocrat families, and you'll find nothing but one story after the next about them practicing incest and doing crazy, tyrannical things. So the Marrow family and the Winters family took almost half of my family's inheritance. Half of it went to these professional actors and actresses who are part of the royal family from England. If they cannot hurt or kill you, the next best thing is to take what is yours. They feel entitled to that money. Their greed demands that money. Okay, this is Lauren LaBarbera. She's one of the people that impersonate my aunt, Nancy Cordova. I think Nancy Cordova was killed by the MK Ultra program before she was even married to Terry Winters. So I saw Lauren LaBarbera at the YMCA in the pool at the end of 2024. And they had closed the big pool. They had drained the water out of it and they were cleaning it. But you could still use the smaller pool. So I was treading water as an exercise. So I watched Lauren LaBarbera walk in to the pool. This agent is identified as one of the women who act as Julia Roberts. She is probably in her 60s, yet she has undergone plastic surgery. With that being the case, she looked like she could be in her late 30s or early 40s. So I watched Lauren LaBarbera walk in to the pool, and she had a little boy with her. So she did something pretty unusual. She tried to put on an act like she was in a movie. I think she wanted to get my attention and appear real cute. And she was leaning over the pool to where the child was. She stretched out her neck and she was closing her eyes a little bit. But instead of saying anything to the child, she just bent over the child and kind of froze for about 10 or 20 seconds. It looked like she disassociated a little bit, and it looked like she was trying to physically force an expression to cross her face. It looked like she was straining to capture an expression, to capture a moment. But for some reason, she was unable to do that. And she looked downright creepy. Her head started to bob from side to side like a twitch. And she was shaking a little bit. And her face looked plastic. She looked like an android. So she kind of froze for about 10 or 15 seconds and went through this phase where she basically twitched, I guess, as she was trying to transform into somebody. So what I think that she was doing was attempting to imitate somebody that she was connected to and turn into that person. But for some reason, she was unable to do that. So these people are androids. These people are robots. And they have been controlled and conditioned to do that by the aliens. So Lauren LaBarbera was one of the only people to comment on a video that I uploaded onto Facebook.com, which promoted the Eden vs. John YouTube channel. I have a playlist entitled Satanic Ritual Sacrifice Locations. And in many of these locations, I found burnt trees. I took video of burnt trees, which are the results of the MK Ultra cult, tying people to trees and then burning them. It is an ancient practice that is referred to as tree worship. So I made a short video and I uploaded it onto Facebook.com, which showed some of this footage and gave the address of the YouTube channel. And Lauren LaBarbera, also known as actress Julia Roberts, was one of the only people to comment on that video. And she felt the need to criticize the video and to make excuses to what I was finding and documenting. This suggests a guilty mind. I barely knew Lauren LaBarbera. I don't think I had a single conversation with her when she was in one of my classes in high school. Yet still, she sent me a friend request and I accepted her friend request on Facebook.com to be polite. So this was the first time she had ever tried to initiate a conversation with me. I had numerous posts on Facebook and she did not feel the need to comment on any one of my posts, with the exception of this video that showed people where the Eden vs. John YouTube page was and introduced a little of what I was exposing on my playlist entitled Satanic Ritual Sacrifice Locations. When people do this, when they feel the need to comment on your videos and shoot them down, this suggests that they are an agent and that they are involved in these practices. What they are seeing does not interest them. Their initial reaction is to fight you and to criticize what you are doing because they are involved. So I was looking at these photographs of Lauren LaBarbera, and I was looking at her eyes. In many of her photographs, she has the eyes of a dog. It looks like somebody has taken a dog's eyes and put them on a person. What does it mean when somebody has animalistic or dog eyes, I wonder? Of course, when she acts as Julia Roberts, her dog eyes go away. She becomes somebody else. She becomes the women who she is imitating and most likely targeting and is very jealous and envious of, because regular people have a natural beauty. They have intelligent looking eyes. They look like human beings and they do not look like a dog. This woman has the eyes of a dog. So this is the type of person that is chosen to appear on your TV and in your movies as your celebrities. This is what your government, this is what the British military media establishment promotes. Women like Lauren LaBarbera. I do not know when these photographs were taken, but I found them on Facebook.com around 2019 and 2020. And in these photographs, this woman appears to be in her 50s or 60s. So with that being the case, she is believed to have been born around the year 1960 and was 32 years old when she was attending Brookfield High School with 15 or 16-year-old students, such as myself, John Kelly Harwood. She was in one of my science classes around the year 1991 or 1992. The entire Brookfield High School is an MK Ultra program, from the principal named Mr. Smith to the vice principal named Mr. Gudikants, through all the faculty and almost all of the students. Brookfield, Connecticut is one of the worst British military media regions or towns in the United States. If you look at many of the photographs that she has posted onto Facebook.com, it appears that she has taken romantic photographs with her brother named Frank LaBarbera. They look like they're dating in these photographs. And this person identified as LaBarbera, because I did not know his name. This is believed to be her son. His father may also be his uncle, Frank LaBarbera. So their son is wearing a Brookfield, Connecticut shirt for sports. This implies that their son is enrolled at Brookfield High School or Brookfield Middle School and is wearing a Brookfield High School t-shirt for sports. So this family has a thing for Brookfield, Connecticut. Many people grow up in a town and they end up moving away. I think it's becoming more and more rare that people grow up in a town, end up staying in that town, and raising a family in that same town, and sending their kids to the same high school that they went to. This is not the 1920s anymore. This is not the heart of the American farmland where things like that may happen. This is an intergenerational family here, and they know to stay in Brookfield and raise their family in Brookfield because Brookfield, Connecticut is intertwined, is interwoven with the MK Ultra program. Frank LaBarbera, her brother, was also enrolled at Brookfield High School when he was in his 30s. Frank LaBarbera is believed to have gone to Danbury High School, and once he graduated Danbury High School, he was then enrolled as a freshman in Brookfield High School. He was supposedly 3 or 4 years behind me. I think he was class of 1996. If he was born in the early 60s, he would have been in his mid-30s when he was enrolled in Brookfield High School and playing on the Brookfield High School football team. So if your son or daughter was ever injured while playing high school sports, I am sure that you will not like to hear that high schools like Brookfield High School are allowing 35-year-old men to play on freshman high school football teams. It does wonders for the LaBarbera's ego, though. If they were slow or not too good at sports when they were a teenager, once they go back to high school and are enrolled there in their 30s, they are sure to do a lot better, if not dominate the football field. So then when it comes down to college sports or professional sports, your 18 or 19-year-old son or daughter are not going to be able to compete with the 35-year-old LaBarberas who are on steroids and are a lot stronger than the average teenager. So Brookfield, Connecticut is exactly where a family like the LaBarberas will end up staying so that their son can repeat this process. So Frank LaBarbera has been identified as one of the men who act as Prince Harry. He is number 2. And his son, who he may have produced with his own sister, is identified as Prince Harry, number 1. So these groups are homosexual based. These agents are bisexual. And when they produce children with their family members. Anybody who has looked up information on aristocrats or royalty will find that they're all marrying their cousins. That is what they call each other. They are also marrying their sisters a great deal of the time. And that produces children just like them. And they all like taking part in MK Ultra based crimes, in religious occult based crimes. Anybody who has looked up information on aristocrats or royalty will find that they're all marrying their cousins. That is what they call each other. They are also marrying their sisters a great deal of the time, and that produces children just like them. And they all like taking part in MK Ultra based crimes, in religious occult based crimes. So women like Lauren LaBarbera, also known as actress Julia Roberts, and her brother Frank LaBarbera, also known as Prince Harry #2, are producing children who go on to be snuff film killers. Their son is identified to be Viktor Sayenko, who was arrested for killing people while creating snuff films in the Ukraine. That is the MK Ultra program. That is the British military's MK Ultra program. And that is their activities in the Ukraine. That is what they do. The one snuff film that was leaked on the internet shows Viktor Sayenko and Igor Saprunyuk attacking what appears to be a homeless man in the woods. It looks like there's a lot of garbage around him, lying on the ground, which implies that he is homeless, and they are attacking him at his campsite out in the woods. And since there is no garbage man that comes by and picks up his waste, it ends up lying around on the ground. So the MK Ultra program most definitely did something to destabilize that target's life and made it so that he was homeless. So then these members of the royal family and agents of the MK Ultra program could then sneak up on him when he is homeless out in the woods at his campsite and then beat him to death on video. And that was only one of 30 snuff films. It was reported that the cops found 30 snuff films, which that group was responsible for. So that is what the royal family was involved in the Ukraine. That is the MK Ultra program. That is why they are targeting people. That is why they are practicing gang stalking. That is why they are harassing people. That is why they're using electronic harassment, directed energy weapons, gang stalking techniques. That is the only thing that these people are interested in. Okay, next is Pope Francis #1, also known as Mayor Rudy Giuliani, also known as the actor Sylvester Stallone #1, also known as the actor Jason Miller #1, also known as Mr. Heidi. This is Damien Heidi, also known as Frank LaBarbera, also known as Prince Harry's father. All of the cardinals in the Roman Catholic Church and the popes are all extremely wealthy men that come from aristocrat families. And the College of Cardinals is like a club that they are all in. The identity of Pope Francis is an identity shared by more than one agent of the MK Ultra program. People look at the Pope as an extremely important position, but not to these men. They will also act as the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, or in movies as a number of different famous actors. That is how they are trained as professional actors to appear in public and represent a mayor, a governor, the president, or a pope. It's all the same to them. Any position of power in our society, they want to control. They want to be the heads of all religions. They want to be the heads of all the major media figures. They want to be the heads of all the famous politicians. They want to act as all of the famous celebrities. Only their people are allowed in the public eye because they only want their opinions known. So when the Pope appears, like during his inauguration, like during Pope Francis's inauguration, he got up in front of thousands of people and he blessed them. He just moved his hand around and that was pretty much it. Everyone is just overwhelmed with the Pope's presence. The same with a lot of the politicians. All of the propaganda on the media is what generates all of the hype for all these different people, the celebrities, the politicians, and the religious figures like the Pope. When you figure out that 10 or 20 different men are acting as the Pope and they basically do not do anything, they don't do anything but figure out ways to steal money from people and to keep everybody ignorant on this planet, and they could get any member of their secret society, like the Freemasons. Any guy sitting at their annual pasta dinner could show up and act as the Pope. When you figure that out, you realize that they are scamming you. They don't take the Pope serious. They don't take these religions serious. The only thing that they use these religions for is to manipulate the people, is to control the people. The same thing with the celebrities. These celebrities are nobodies. When you realize that 10 or 20 different people act as Sylvester Stallone, all they have to do is take steroids and go to the gym for 6 months and they'll be the new Sylvester Stallone. Why should we care about Sylvester Stallone? What does Sylvester Stallone do? He is an act. When he is interviewed, he has nothing to tell anybody. These interviews of celebrities on talk shows are a waste of time. They are the most boring things that you could ever see because these celebrities do not do anything. They don't even work real hard to be actors. There isn't one guy named Sylvester Stallone who works out real hard, and when he goes to make a movie, he works real hard to become that character and to memorize those lines. They'll use 10 or 20 different people to act as any famous actor in any movie. These people are not real at all. They are not even real individuals. These people are puppets. These people are all about greed. The Pope isn't about religion. He's not about studying religion. He is not a scholar. He is not a brain. He is another media puppet controlled by these secret societies that these aristocrats are all members of to make all the money and keep everybody else in poverty. And they are now going after the United States because the middle class has a little bit too much money in their opinion. They want you all on welfare or dead. So the Heidi family, the Pope's family, and the Pope, they are a family of zombies. I met the Heidi family in White Plains, New York. They lived in my same neighborhood. And I would play football on the street with the Pope's son named Damien Heidi, also known as Prince Harry #2. And a couple of times, Mr. Heidi would get home and he would look like a zombie. His eyes were completely dead. He had this vacant, dead look in his eyes, like he was brain dead, like he was a zombie. And he would kind of glare at you with this dead look in his eyes. Damien Heidi's younger brother was named Jared Heidi, and Jared Heidi was 4 or 5 years younger than I was. So he was born around 1979, and Jared Heidi did not like to play football. Damien Heidi said that Jared Heidi was something like slow or mentally disabled, and Jared Heidi would sometimes come outside and he would walk back and forth and talk to himself. And sometimes you will see him get angry as he spoke to himself. So I walked over to him one day and said, "Hey, what's up, Jared? What are you talking about? I hear you talking. What are you saying?" And he said something about the people across the street. They're pissing him off. And I said, "How are they pissing you off?" And he couldn't really answer that question coherently. He began to kind of babble. And then he said, when some colonel or some sergeant gets back into town, there's going to be hell to pay. And I said, "Who is that?" And he had a name, but I don't remember. And then Damien Heidi ran over and started to beat on his brother. He began to hit his brother and then shove his brother onto the ground. And he said, "You're not making sense. You're talking crazy." And Jared began to freak out, like he was terrified of his older brother. And I think I may have walked over and tried to push Damien off of his brother. And Jared stood up and he ran inside. And I said, "Why are you doing that?" And Damien said, "My father does the same thing. He says that when he starts talking crazy, you shouldn't let him do that." So in any case, Jared Heidi acted as if he was terrified of his older brother. When Damien Heidi, also known as Frank LaBarbera, also known as Prince Harry #2, walked over and began to hit him and then shoved him onto the ground. So I moved out of White Plains, New York in the late 80s. It was like 1988. I was 12 or 13 years old. My parents got divorced and I moved with my mother to Brookfield, Connecticut. And maybe 5 or 10 years later, we were driving through White Plains, New York, just to visit, just to go somewhere on a Saturday, I think. And we drove through the old neighborhood and we saw Jared Heidi standing a little ways away from his house. And he looked like a zombie. He looked like he was possessed. He had this dead look in his eyes. He had this haunted look in his eyes. Like he had no happiness or no interest in the world at all. He looked evil and his eyes looked dead. Just like his father, Rudy Giuliani, also known as Pope Francis #1. And my mother stopped the vehicle and I leaned out the window and I said, "Hey, how are you doing?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "We used to live in this neighborhood. My name is John. Do you remember me?" And Jared Heidi said, "Yeah," and just stared at us. And I had this real cold feeling come over me. And I said, "Well, it was good seeing you." And we drove past him. Something happened to Jared Heidi for him to look like that. That was not a normal look. He didn't even look mentally disabled. He looked possessed. He looked dead, like brain dead. He looked like a zombie. And that is the Pope's son. And the Pope is just like him. And he raises kids just like him. So this is what these families will do, is that the MK Ultra program has a list of targets that they go after. They all spy on those targets. They move into that target's neighborhood, or they arrange it so that target buys a house in a neighborhood that they control. And then they model themselves after those targets. And that is who they show you on television, or a series of characters that they've learned from regular people. If they do not do that, these aristocrats and members of these secret societies that practice religious occult crimes, they come across looking extremely creepy. They come across looking extremely bizarre. They'll look like alien hybrids. They will look like primates. And they will look like zombies. So when Jared Heidi got older he used the identity of Albie Reyes. So I discuss Albie Reyes in a documentary entitled Mel Gibson Exposed. It is a very informative video. It is a very interesting video. However, a great deal of it requires reading, but it has some of the best information on a number of very interesting subjects, including religion, secret societies, ritual sacrifice locations, the actor Mel Gibson, the film producer turned activist named Aaron Russo, who is another agent of the MK Ultra program, and Albie Reyes, which is an identity shared by many different agents of the MK Ultra program. He is also discussed on the documentary Mel Gibson Exposed. Damien Heidi's mother is identified as the actress Linda Miller #1. She also had a dead look in her eyes. I would go over their house after school to play football or a couple of times play video games. He had the Nintendo, and his mother would come home and walk into the room, and she also had a dead look in her eyes. And she would say something like, "Hey John, how's your mother doing?" And even though I was only 12 years old, I realized that something was not right with Mrs. Heidi. I would try to answer her with a full sentence or try to talk to her a little bit, and she would get this blank look in her eyes and say something like, "Oh yeah, that's really something," as she's kind of staring at me, nodding her head. And she had something like a reptilian or a blank look in her eyes, and she acted the same way as the others. Mrs. Heidi, also known as the actress Linda Miller, has also been identified as a woman named Nancy Sagesi, and she is the owner and manager of Candlelight Farms, the Candlelight Farms Inn in New Milford, Connecticut. On the internet, it is described as one of Connecticut's premier event venues, located on a 600-plus acre private estate in New Milford, Connecticut. They also have an airport nearby. The former owner of Candlelight Farms, whose name is Carl Dunham, is identified as Mr. Heidi, also known as Rudy Giuliani, also known as Pope Francis #1. On the Candlelight Farms website, it states that he is deceased, and Nancy Sagesi is the current owner and manager. So Candlelight Farms is discussed in my documentary series entitled Murder Lake. So in that documentary, I discuss something called Vaughn's Neck, which is a large peninsula on Candlewood Lake, which is one of the biggest lakes, or the biggest lake in Connecticut. And there is a giant peninsula right in the middle of that lake called Vaughn's Neck. So apparently there are rumors about Vaughn's Neck, including that inbreds live on Vaughn's Neck. And these inbreds may be committing crimes on Vaughn's Neck. So Candlelight Farms and their airport is located just north of Vaughn's Neck. And I think that the two are related. If there are crimes being conducted on Vaughn's Neck by these extremely wealthy people who are into occult, ritual murder, and murder shows, they could very easily fly into New Milford, Connecticut, into that little airport, and then stay at the Candlelight Farms Inn if needed. I believe that the two are related. Candlelight Farms and whatever is happening on Vaughn's Neck. So I don't want to repeat a lot of things. So I'll refer you to Murder Lake. And so there is a hiking and bike trail that runs through Keene, New Hampshire. It runs through a golf course and then stretches for a long time. I believe that it used to be the train line, and now it is just a hiking trail. So I noticed that along that hiking trail was a house, and in the back of that house that was visible from the hiking trail were several red containers for gasoline, and it appeared that black soot was coming out of a vent and discoloring the side of that house. It looked like it was coming out of a vent and also a basement window. So I returned with my video camera to get a video of that because it looked bad. And I could see someone in the window and they appeared to be shaking like a towel, like they were folding a towel, but they were flipping it. So as I was going back to my car, I saw two ladies walking up the hiking trail, and I asked them, what town did this hiking trail go to? And they informed me that I was still in Keene, New Hampshire, and the next town over was Westmoreland. And I said, oh, thank you. And then one of the women said something. She said, where are you coming from? And I said, from Keene. And then she said, but where did you go? So that implies that she knew that I had ridden my bike up to that house and recorded that house. Somehow she knew that. Quite possibly because she was inside that house. Then she got into her car and she drove down the road to one of the nearby junction points. That hiking trail crosses a few different roads. So that is what agents do in the MK Ultra program. That is why they are called gang stalkers. That is what they do. They stalk people. Hey, how you doing today? Good. What town is this?
Keene.
This is still Keene?
Yeah.
What about that way?
That way it goes up to West Berlin.
West Berlin. Okay.
No, Westmoreland.
Oh, Westmoreland.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Where did you come from?
I came from Keene.
Oh!
And where did you go? And where did you go? And where did you go?
I was wondering what town that was over there. So thank you for your help.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye. So they will tell you something like everybody has their breaking point, and one day they'll be able to get you. So they have to keep stalking you. They have to keep following you. They have to keep on torturing you through the MK Ultra program. They have to keep hitting you with directed energy weapons. And one day they'll be able to get you or abduct you. So I have been doing this for 15 years. And they haven't been able to get me yet. But as you can hear by the sound of my voice, the MK Ultra program can use soma control to put pressure on your throat and make speaking difficult. They could put the same pressure on any area of your body to torture you. And all of these agents are getting silicone implants installed throughout their entire bodies. They are getting them installed in their necks, in their tongues, all throughout their faces. And then they're getting their skin stretched tight over these silicone implants. They're getting silicone muscle implants installed throughout their whole bodies. They are essentially silicone androids. And they do this because they are extremely weak, unhealthy, and lazy people. But they are professional actors. And they want to look good for the cameras, but they don't want to work out. That is what makes a good agent. Somebody who's not healthy. They're not healthy mentally, and they're not healthy physically. And after they put these silicone implants in throughout their entire bodies, once they connect to you through the radio frequency technology of the MK Ultra program, they could begin to torture you and make it very difficult for you to move with ease or speak with ease. And so when I expose these secret societies, I am exposing the highest level of organized crime. When people become members of secret societies such as the Freemasons, they consider themselves brothers of an order on their way to become knights. And what is above the knights are the barons, the dukes, the princes, and the kings. So they served as the government of the old world. They wanted to keep everybody as slaves or peasants on their land. They believed in slavery, so they called that a chivalry or a chivalric order. Other secret societies are called military orders. And people think that militaries are always developed for defense. That is what they like to put on the news. They're into defending their home country. But the truth is that they're into attacking other countries because that is how they make their money. If you get a group of these knights and they round up all of their subordinates, the lesser members, and they give them weapons, they arm them, and they lead them into a battle, into a village somewhere, and they attack and they kill the sheriff or whoever comes out to defend that village. And then this band of knights ride through the villages on horseback, doing whatever they want to the people of that village. They start burning down homes. They start killing anybody who runs out to fight them. They start stealing whatever they want. They take prisoners. They rape people. They abduct children. And that is a military. So militaries, they are like organized crime. There is a lot of propaganda put out by the military and put out by the establishment so people do not see things like that. They want you to look at the military as a bunch of young people with honor that want to serve their country. They're the boys next door that join the military. They serve their country for a few years and then they are discharged and other people join the military in their place. That is how they want you to see the military. The only people who are normal, who join the military, are usually people who have been drafted or forced into the military. And the last big draft that the United States had was during the Vietnam War. And that is why you hear all the stories of the people that were sent to war in Vietnam, and they did not want to go to war, and they did not believe in that war. And if some of them made it out of that war alive, they would begin to tell people just how corrupt and evil the military was, because the military is controlled by a bunch of extremely wealthy people that use the military for organized crime. So when you hear of these nobles with their titles, their dukes, their barons, their princes, all of them started out as knights in these different secret societies, such as the Freemasons and the Shriners and the Knights Templar and the Knights of Malta, the Knights of St. John, the Knights of this, that, or the other. That is the first step in becoming a noble, is to be a member of these secret societies and to become a knight. And people think that that will be the more intelligent people. That would be the people from better families, from more wealthy families. That would be more dignified or decent people. But these people are the worst criminals on the planet. And they love the military. They do real well in the military. If their military unit has attacked a village in a foreign country, and they have 100 prisoners over there, tied up in a concentration camp, and they begin beating and torturing them. Those nobles, those knights, those members of those secret societies will consider that the best thing that they have ever seen. And they will join right in, doing the worst things that they could come up with to those prisoners. They're not going to show up like a bunch of people that were drafted into the Vietnam War and are horrified about what they are ordered to do, attacking innocent citizens who are farmers. That is why it is very important that you never join the military. And you tell your children that too. The military is not a place for normal people. These people are highly disturbed in the military. The same as in the Freemasons. You never want to join the Freemasons or a secret society because they are extremely disturbed people. That is what does very well in the Freemasons. That is what rises up the ranks in the Freemasons. That is what rises up the ranks in the different militaries, are the most disturbed people in the world. They enjoy attacking innocent people. They enjoy killing innocent people. They enjoy torturing innocent people. They are perfect for the military. They have no conscience about it. They don't care if those people are innocent. They don't care if those people are not doing anything wrong. If they get orders to attack them, they will attack them. That is what the military is looking for. A race of people with no conscience, who are extremely violent and will do whatever they are told. So that is what you have in control of the world. So you do not let your children or yourself fall for any of the propaganda that will encourage them to join the military. And you never want to join the Freemasons to figure out what is going on in the Freemasons, because you will also become a target of the Freemasons. The same thing as a lot of good people who were either drafted into the military or they made the mistake of joining the military. They become victims of the military. So I want to tell you about Prince Harry II, who is a drug addict and a criminal. He has no real personality. What he has done throughout his whole life in the military and in these different secret societies has made it so that he has to transform into different personalities in order to appear normal in public. Because the last thing that he is normal. He is a very sadistic, evil, and vile person. So if you see an interview, my mother told me that Prince Harry was interviewed by somebody and he began to criticize the royal family. What you are seeing there is an act put on by Prince Harry, and he is acting like somebody that he is imitating. It is a personality of someone else. The real Prince Harry has no personality at all. He has nothing to say on his own. He is filled with nothing but hatred and dread. He doesn't know what to say. He is empty inside. He can be described as reptilian, draconian, and a vegetable. Prince Harry II is also a drug addict. In these secret societies, they do not care if you are addicted to drugs. In fact, they encourage that because that is how they control people. If you look up the MK Ultra program, a lot of the information that was declassified has to do with LSD and drugging people to control them. I think that is the only thing that they talk about, is the LSD. They will not speak about their cocaine, the British military and the CIA cocaine trade. They never bring that up. But that is how they really control people, by taking over their whole lives, by getting them addicted to heroin and cocaine. So they want their people addicted to drugs. So Prince Harry is addicted to drugs. He is addicted to cocaine. He is addicted to heroin. And I believe that they are all addicted to adrenaline, saturated blood. That is what these secret societies have been producing since ancient times. That is one of the main reasons why they want to attack people. That is one of the main reasons they want to start wars and take prisoners and abduct people, is so that they could slowly torture those people, causing great amounts of fear and adrenaline to go into their bloodstream, and then that blood is consumed as a powerful drug. That is an incentive for the military class, for the establishment, for the nobles, to be the most sadistic people, the most bloodthirsty people. That is where you get that phrase, bloodthirsty. People use these phrases without really understanding what they mean. These people are literally bloodthirsty, and they'll start any war to get that. They'll commit any crime to get that. And they have whole secret societies and military orders and militaries designed for that practice, designed for that goal. So I'll tell you about a method that the government uses to get an area on drugs. They'll first ship in what is called softer drugs, and that is marijuana, that is shrooms, and that is LSD. And that is called soft because you usually do not become addicted to LSD. People become addicted to drugs like cocaine and heroin. Another drug that they ship into certain areas is the drug ecstasy. And that is what they shipped into Danbury, Connecticut. And these ecstasy pills were not just MDMA or Molly's. These ecstasy pills were created in a lab at a pharmaceutical company somewhere. And they mixed something like morphine with an amphetamine, something like cocaine with MDMA. And they made these rather large pills with pictures on the pill, little symbols or cartoon characters like a 3-leaf clover or a UFO or a Mitsubishi car symbol. And they called them Mitsubishis or Pokemon. So what would that appeal to? So they get kids addicted to these ecstasy pills, and then magically the ecstasy pill well runs dry. There's no more ecstasy available in certain areas. But guess what they have? Cocaine and heroin. And if you mix those two together, it's what people call a speedball. And it's just like ecstasy. So before you know it, you got the kids in the area who were taking ecstasy on the weekends are now addicted to cocaine and heroin, as was the plan of the CIA the whole time, as was the plan of the British military and these secret societies like the Freemasons. The British military and the Freemasons are what has taken over the United States government, the United States media, and all law enforcement like the FBI. So that is what happened to me in Danbury, Connecticut. I started off taking ecstasy, and then when ecstasy was not available anymore, cocaine and heroin were made available. And on the little bags of heroin was a little cartoon, a little stamp of a cartoon. It looked like a little Bart Simpson or a little cartoon character. And they called that heroin Bad Boys. So again, it appeals to younger people. This is all mind control. This is how the CIA, this is how the British military, this is how the Freemasons, and this is how the royal family take over your life. So I developed an addiction to heroin, and I was arrested for possessing heroin. And I eventually wound up at Liberation House in Stamford, Connecticut, which is something like a halfway house or a alcohol and drug treatment facility. So Liberation House is like a 4-story building. On the bottom floor is the offices and a methadone clinic. Then the 2 middle floors look like an apartment building with a dozen or so rooms on each floor. And then the top floor had a cafeteria and a conference room with a TV. So after getting myself on heroin, after spending all the money in my savings account, after getting arrested, and then losing my apartment, I wound up at Liberation House in Stamford, Connecticut. And do you know who was waiting for me at Liberation House? Was an agent of the MK Ultra program with many different identities. He uses many different names in the United States as he furthers the interests of the MK Ultra program, which is here to destabilize America, to attack America as they take it over for the British government. And that was a person named Josh Suiza, also known as Frank LaBarbera in Brookfield, Connecticut, also known as Damien Lefebvre in Danbury, Connecticut, also known as Prince Harry from England. I don't think he even wants you to know what his real last name is. I have been looking up information on the royal family for about 4 or 5 years now, and I cannot locate a last name. The truth is they don't want you to know their last name because their last name is something like Rothschild. So this is an agent who specializes in transforming into different personalities, and that includes African American personalities and appearances, Hispanic or Latino personalities or appearances. And that was the case with the identity known as Josh Suiza, who was supposedly from Bridgeport, Connecticut. That was Prince Harry in disguise. And not only did he have to be there waiting at Liberation House, they wanted him in the next bunk beside my bunk. They wanted him to sleep right next door to me because this was the group that had taken over the Brookfield, Danbury, Connecticut area. And they have a list of targets that they go after to destabilize those targets' lives any way they can in their ongoing effort to kill those people, such as my family and me. So getting off of heroin is a big ordeal. And usually, if they want you to do that successfully, they will prescribe you methadone, which people will take for sometimes years. But this group was not interested in my sobriety becoming a success. Josh Suiza was on methadone. They had him on something like 120 milligrams of methadone, which is a pretty high dose. And Josh Suiza would go take his methadone and then basically go to sleep on his bunk all day when there wasn't a group to attend, or there wasn't smoke time outside, or there wasn't meal time. He just wanted to go to sleep. When I tried to start conversations with him, he really didn't say anything. He didn't have much to say. He said he was a Nieta, which is a gang from Puerto Rico. He said he was from Puerto Rican descent, but quite often he would tell me, I just want to go to sleep. I just got my meth. You talk too much. You're crazy. I just got my meth. I want to go to sleep. So getting off of heroin was extremely painful, and it did not get better. Even after 2 months of being in that facility, I still was going through a lot of pain. So maybe I'll tell you more about what happened at Liberation House concerning the CIA bringing in heroin in another report. But they made it so that a bundle was found in a duffel bag. A bundle of heroin, 10 bags of heroin was found in a duffel bag magically. And when that was gone, the idea to leave Liberation House, get on a train, and go to Bridgeport, Connecticut to score more drugs made sense. So Josh Suiza, also known as Prince Harry #2, also known as Frank LaBarbera, also known as Damien Heidi, also known as Damien Lefebvre, said, grab that radio, grab your radio, let's get out of here. We could catch a train to Bridgeport, where he was from, and he knew where to get heroin and cocaine on the street. So we just walked out the front door of Liberation House, and we walked down to the train station in Stamford, and we got on a train to Bridgeport. And I remember on that train, Josh Suiza closed his eyes and said, "I just want to go to sleep." I remember I tried to talk to him a little bit, and he wouldn't make eye contact with me. He would always look over my shoulder or turn his head so he wouldn't make eye contact with me. And then when I tried to talk to him on the train, he just said, "I just want to go to sleep." And he put his head back and he closed his eyes because he was an agent who was setting me up, and he knew not to make eye contact with their targets. He knew not to try to set up too much contact with his targets that they were attempting to kill. He knew not to make eye contact with them. He knew not to try to develop any bond with the people they were targeting because he was very good at this. So when we got to Bridgeport, and it started getting dark out, and we got off the train, and we were walking down the street, and we went into a small grocery store, and there was a Spanish guy behind the counter, and Josh Souza asked him if he wanted to buy the stereo, a little mini radio with a CD player, a tape, and radio. And I think we sold that for $15 or $20. Then we began walking down the street again. And then we ran into a guy who looked a little bit older. And I think that he had the drugs on him, or he knew where they were. So I think we also went into a condo complex, this empty condo complex. And so he was able to get some cocaine, and he got a syringe. And then we walked to an abandoned house, and we walked into the back of the abandoned house where there was a fire escape, which is like metal grated steps. And we went up the fire escape to the second or third floor and went through a small door or window. And there was garbage all over the floor, like broken bottles and garbage. And I think Josh Souza, also known as Prince Harry, also known as Frank LaBarbera, also known as Damien LeFaber, had purchased a little candle at that grocery store, and he lit it. And again, it was an empty apartment. There wasn't any furniture or anything. There was just a bunch of garbage on the floor, like homeless people or drug addicts had been staying in there. So he gave me a little line of cocaine, and I snorted it. Then he proceeded to take the rest of the cocaine, and he mixed it with water. And then he used his syringe to inject that into his arm. And then he began doing something unusual, which is he began to go through all of his pockets over and over again while he kind of stared over my shoulder into space. So after about 10 or 15 minutes of him doing that, I said, "What are we going to do now?" And I think one of my complaints was that I wanted some heroin because I was dope sick. I was in withdrawal. I was not on methadone like the other people at the Liberation House. I was not on methadone like Prince Harry was. And that was the reason why I left Liberation House that day, was because I was still in pain due to heroin withdrawal. Being dope sick feels really bad. It feels like all of your nerves are lit up. You have nothing but anxiety. You have an upset stomach. You feel like you have COVID. If anyone came down with COVID, that is how dope sick feels. Like COVID, the COVID virus. Only being dope sick goes on for weeks or months. It is a terrible feeling. And sometimes you have to go through that for 3 or 4 months before you start feeling normal. And that, of course, is what the MK Ultra program desires, so that they eventually get back on the drugs. They eventually get back on the heroin. The MK Ultra program wants to make it impossible to kick your heroin addiction. So that was the reason why I left Liberation House that night, was to get a bag of dope. So since Prince Harry was on methadone, was on 120 milligrams of methadone, he didn't need any heroin. The only thing that he wanted to get was cocaine. So it looked like a pretty good amount of cocaine that he shot into his arm. And then he began going through all of his pockets again and again and again, while kind of staring over my shoulder in this altered state. Like, this guy was weird. This guy never acted normal. And I kept on saying, all right, are you good? Let's go see if we could find some dope. And he just kept on going through his pockets over and over again, like he was trying to buy himself some time, like he didn't want to leave that place. So the place was real messed up looking. There wasn't even a spot on the floor where you could sit down. There was just like wall-to-wall garbage and a lot of broken glass. So houses like that are usually owned by a member of a secret society. That wasn't an abandoned house. That was the property of the royal family. That was the property of the MK Ultra program. And that was the state they kept it in. And that is how they get their targets. They get somebody on drugs who loses their apartment. They go into a house like that. If they fall asleep, they could get attacked and subdued by a gang of these agents. And these agents are into torturing people to death for their adrenaline, for their glandular secretions. I think they are all addicted to the adrenaline-saturated blood. And if they can't get that, they're on cocaine. There was reports that even Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton were on cocaine. There were reports on the internet that cocaine was commonly used at the Bohemian Grove campground in California. That is what they prefer all of their people to be on. Drugs. They all use drugs in these secret societies. They all use drugs in the CIA. Those are the world's biggest drug dealers. And this is why they get to destabilize guys like John Kelly Harwood's life and then get them into dilapidated houses in Bridgeport, Connecticut. So Josh Sawiza, also known as Prince Harry, just continued to go through his pockets. So after 10 or 15 minutes of watching him do that, I said, what are we going to do now? Are we going to sleep here? Is this where we're going to stay the night? There's broken glass everywhere. What does it look like on a different floor? These are some of the things I was saying to him, and he did not know how to respond. It was like he was hypnotized, so he was pretty out of it. So maybe he was waiting for whoever else was in that building to run up from downstairs or run down from upstairs and jump us. So we eventually left that house. We went back down the fire escape and we went out to the street and we walked to another apartment building. And Josh Sawiza knocked on the door. And what appeared to be a Hispanic guy answered the door. And he looked a little bit overweight. He looked a little stocky. And he was dressed kind of conservatively. He had a button-up shirt on, like a flannel button-up shirt, tucked into jeans. And he was wearing a hat. And so we went inside and we sat down in the living room. And Josh Sawiza asked the guy if he had any dope left. And I think the guy said he had one bag. So I paid him something like $10 for a bag of dope. And then Josh Sawiza said that he had to go home for a minute, but he would be right back. And said, is it all right if my boy stays here? He's a good guy. He won't cause any problems. And the guy said, yeah, no problem. So Josh Sawiza also known as Prince Harry #2. He left, and I was sitting there with his friend, and I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he worked landscaping, and he was a little bit older than I was. At that time, I was 27 or 28 years old, and the guy looked around 40 or 45 years old. And I said, "Where do you know Josh from?" And he said something like, "We grew up together." So the dope, the heroin that guy had was extremely weak. It was probably something like a Percocet, a painkiller that was crunched up. It was very weak stuff. So the guy was quiet, and we sat in the living room with the TV on. And then after a while, he said something like, "Are you going to be all right here?" Because he wants to go back to his room. So Josh Suiza, he never came back that night. And the next morning, around 6 a.m., his friend walked back into the living room, and I had stayed awake the whole night, and said something like, "Suiza just called, and he said he'll be back in about an hour, and he has a ride back to where you were staying, and he has a ride back to Liberation House." And I said, "Okay, I'll go wait outside then." So my guess is that guy that Suiza knew was another agent of the MK Ultra program. I owe a lot, or I owe everything, to me being here right now and explaining this to you all, to God, and to God's angels who do God's work on earth. A great many of you can say the same exact thing. You do not really understand the level of evil that surrounds good people on this planet. You do not understand the level of evil that controls this planet. So hopefully my reports will begin to shed some light on the nature of what is happening, and many of you will look back and say, "Hey, the same thing," or something like that probably happened to me a number of times too. But I just chalked it up to Josh Suiza and this other guy are good guys, and they were looking out for me, or they weren't so bad, or they were just also misguided people. And you won't say that anymore. You'll begin to see these agents for what they are. These are the people that make this world a very negative place. These are the people that continuously try to set you up for failure. These are the people that continuously try to keep you down. The CIA and the MK Ultra program, one of their favorite identities, one of their favorite fronts to use are gang members and drug dealers. When you meet these people, they are putting on an act. They are impersonating somebody else. In LA right now, they're acting like John Harwood. They're acting like me. They're turning into John in Los Angeles right now to win over some of their targets in LA. And then when I met Josh Suiza, his attitude and his look was copied or impersonated from some of you good people from LA. That's just one way of looking at it to describe what they're doing. But these people are called the Brotherhood of Death for a reason. They are nothing like us. They are the worst criminals. They are pedophiles. They are involved in human trafficking. They don't care about anybody. They are the most self-centered, greedy people on the planet. And they're into killing people for their adrenaline. They are vampires. And they are from the wealthiest families in Europe. And they control what is called the streets through drugs. So whenever you begin to deal with drugs, whenever you pick up a drug habit, you are dealing directly with the CIA, with the MK Ultra program, with the secret societies like the Freemasons, with the aristocrats from Europe, with the royal family. You are dealing directly with the Rothschilds, with the Roman Catholic Church, with the Jewish chiefs. These are not regular people who are controlling drugs. It is that criminal network that I just named. So as I was standing outside, waiting for Josh Suiza to appear, he drove up with an older guy that he introduced as his father. And that man is Alberto Rivera. Now, Alberto Rivera is a Jesuit priest who was part of the Truth Movement. He began to criticize and expose the Roman Catholic Church in lectures that were recorded and uploaded onto YouTube. Nobody was a better truther than Alberto Rivera. And after giving us his great information, he probably died. That is what they commonly say about these truthers, which is something like a threat to the Truth Movement, a subtle threat. So Alberto Rivera is an agent of the MK Ultra program. He's part of the Jesuit order, or the Society of Jesus order. In my opinion, it is another secret society, but for Roman Catholic priests. And Alberto Rivera is probably part of any number, meaning dozens, of different secret societies. If you have a Jesuit, they love to act as a Christian minister. They really enjoy acting as any type of priest, reverend, or holy leader that you could name. For example, he may even act as a Hare Krishna leader, the head of a Hare Krishna temple. That is their business, is religion. That is what goes hand in hand with not only these secret societies, but with the military, going back to the Holy Wars or the Crusades. So Josh Suiza, also known as Prince Harry #2, shows up with his handler or his higher ranking officer, Alberto Rivera, and I get into the car and we drive back to Liberation House in Stamford, Connecticut. So I'll discuss more about the Liberation House in another video, maybe just on the Liberation House, because there were other agents at Liberation House. Liberation House is probably a MK Ultra controlled facility. The MK Ultra program wants control over every facility in the country. So at Liberation House, they had a meeting. The director over there, Mr. Clark, held a meeting, and I was kicked out of Liberation House, along with Josh Suiza, also known as Prince Harry #2, and another agent identified to be Jeff Saunders, also known as Ben Affleck, the actor Ben Affleck #1, who is another agent of the MK Ultra program with many different identities, who also lived in the Brookfield, Danbury, Connecticut area. He was also at Lib House. That was where all the vultures closed in on me after my life was destabilized due to my drug use and getting arrested. I was lucky enough to wind up at the Liberation House, where another big operation of the MK Ultra program was to do everything they could to make that a failure. I think that they brag, or they at least tell you, something like 90% of you will fail. This is one of the speeches they'll give you in a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. Different MK Ultra agents will stand up, and some of them will yell at you for the entire meeting. And they'll say 90% of you fail. Everybody who walks through these doors, 9 out of 10 of them will fail, and you'll be back on the street buying alcohol or drugs. And then these agents will begin yelling and insulting you and threatening you as you're sitting there in withdrawal, feeling like you're sick with COVID, and you got these nutcases yelling at you, almost advertising that you're going to fail, almost programming you that you're going to fail. And if you hang in there for 2 months, somebody's going to magically find heroin in a duffel bag. Look at this. I just found a bundle of heroin in your duffel bag. It's the same brand, Bad Boys, that you used to use. That was a game that they did. My duffel bag was underneath my bunk, and an agent of the MK Ultra program who was hanging out in my room, sitting next to my bed, said, "Hey, I like your duffel bag. Could I see it?" I said, "Yeah, why not?" He goes, "Did you know you had this in here?" And he held up a bundle of Bad Boys, 10 bags of heroin in a bundle. So guess who was providing the heroin to us? The same people that controlled the Liberation House drug and alcohol treatment facility. More of the bad guys. So if the CIA is going to generate the entire underground drug market and sell all of the illegal drugs on the street, do you think they're going to want to have an easy escape route for people? An easy recovery for people if they try to get out of the CIA shackles of control through their drug addiction? No, they'll be waiting for you in the drug and alcohol treatment facilities. They'll be waiting for you in the prisons. There's nothing but their agents that go undercover into these drug and alcohol facilities and also into these jails. So it also works out real good for them because these agents are all drug addicts too. A lot of their agents get arrested too. They're driving around out of their mind on the street. They get pulled over and they have drugs on them. They wind up in jail too. They go around committing crimes to produce adrenaline-saturated blood. They get so addicted to it, they start killing so many people, they eventually get arrested for serial killing. So these serial killers all come from extremely wealthy families, and many times they are let go due to their family's influence, or not enough proof, or the police begin to experience problems. Evidence disappears. Maybe certain police officers get tortured by the MK Ultra program. Maybe certain police officers who wanted to do their job get transferred. And that is all controlled by the U.S. government, also known as the United States military. So I do not have his name handy right now. I will have to look it up. But Alberto Rivera was on the Event Horizon Telescope program. He was part of that program, which combined high-powered telescopes from around the world, radio frequency telescopes. They wanted to combine several of them and use their joint power to photograph a black hole in space. That is what they said. In reality, the Event Horizon Telescope program is a cover for a directed energy weapon. They will use those high-powered radio frequency telescopes, the combined power of all those radio frequency telescopes, to generate a huge blast of energy that they could direct at people as a directed energy weapon. So there is a documentary entitled Black Holes, The Edge of All We Know. And it's about the Event Horizon Telescope program. Those are all agents of the MK Ultra program. And that is a front. Taking a picture of a black hole in space is not the reason for the Event Horizon Telescope program. That is a front. They are into directed energy weapon attacks. They are into secret wars. They are into silent weapons. If they want to declare war on you and attack you in the future, they're going to do it through directed energy weapons. And if you try to talk about it, they'll say you're crazy. So Alberto Rivera was one of the agents who was interviewed, I think, for a short segment in that documentary, Black Holes, The Edge of All We Know. So the Jesuits, the Roman Catholic Church, are involved with directed energy weapons. And why is that? Because they have been tied in with the military since the Holy Crusades, since before the Holy Crusades, since the advent of Roman Catholicism, which is basically a religious order or a religious military order. And much like any military, you could rise up the ranks of the Roman Catholic Church. And right up there at the top, you're going to have people like Alberto Rivera and his subordinate, Prince Harry, number 2, also known as actor Adam Sandler, also known as actor Keanu Reeves, number 3. Prince Harry can transform his appearance and can appear like anybody they need him to. He might have to go into their makeup studio and get something like a silicone mask to help that transition, but he could basically transform into anybody. And then the MK Ultra program can connect people to him, like Alberto Rivera. And Alberto Rivera could help him with his Spanish, or help him in his transformation from Prince Harry to Josh Suiza, a Nieta from Bridgeport, who is of Puerto Rican descent. He has transformed into another identity here. He has transformed into another personality here. He is no longer Frank LaBarbera from Brookfield. He is no longer Adam Sandler from the movie Billy Madison. He is now Josh Suiza, a Puerto Rican guy from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Damien Heidi, even though he said he was 12 or 13 years old, he was probably born between 1965 and 1970 and was around 20 years old when he acted as a 13-year-old boy in White Plains, New York. And he acted like the Fonz, who is a character on an old TV show called Happy Days. And the Fonz was acted by Henry Winkler. My guess is that Damien Heidi was under the influence of Henry Winkler, who was his handler in the MK Ultra program. And both Henry Winkler and Damien Heidi were modeling themselves after somebody from Brooklyn or from New York who they were impersonating. It's an act that they do. And so that is what Damien Heidi acted as. Fonzie from Happy Days. That was his attitude in White Plains, New York. So this is what these families will do, is that the MK Ultra program has a list of targets that they go after. They all spy on those targets. They move into that target's neighborhood, or they arrange it so that target buys a house in a neighborhood that they control. And then they model themselves after those targets. And that is who they show you on television, or a series of characters that they've learned from regular people. If they do not do that, these aristocrats and members of these secret societies that practice religious occult crimes, they come across looking extremely creepy. They come across looking extremely bizarre. They'll look like alien hybrids. They will look like primates. And they will look like zombies. So another one of Frank LaBarbera, also known as Josh Suiza's many identities, is a person named Michael Hudak. So Michael Hudak went to Brookfield High School in Connecticut. When I was a sophomore, he was a freshman. And the unusual thing about Michael Hudak is that he would walk down the hallway, and when he would see me, he would begin to look at me in a very unusual way. He would open his eyes real wide, and then he would make a circle with his mouth like he was haunted or disturbed, and he would stare at me with this crazy look on his face. So it is unusual that a freshman to a high school would do that to the older kids, but that's exactly what he did. The truth is that he is not a younger student. He was about 10 years older than I was, and he was masquerading as a young student at Brookfield High School when he was in his mid-20s. So because of that, I really did not like Michael Hudak. He gave me the creeps. So I made a point to avoid him or just ignore the kid. And I did not see him too often at the high school. Since he had many different identities, he was probably going to school at several different places. He was sharing the same identities with a dozen different agents of the MK Ultra program who would take turns going to school using the different identities. For example, Damien Lefebvre in Danbury, Connecticut, Russ Chartier or Jay Chartier in Bethel, Connecticut, Michael Hudak or Frank LaBarbera in Brookfield, Connecticut. So for all I know, Michael Hudak may have gone to Brookfield High School on and off, and that is perfectly fine with the school administration like Principal Smith and Vice Principal Gudekanst, who were also agents of the MK Ultra program. If the teachers don't mark them absent, they aren't absent. If the teacher writes down they got a B on a test, even though they did not take that test, they got a B on that test. So on and so forth. That is why the MK Ultra program takes over whole areas. So I looked at his Facebook page, and he is photographed with a young, dark-skinned woman. And in many of the photographs, I couldn't tell if that was his girlfriend or who she was. And then I saw that he had photographs of he and a little girl who had dark skin. So I guessed that that may be the same person. He also has 3 or 4 photographs of his girlfriend or his wife, who is a dark-skinned woman, who is a black woman. I don't want to say African American because for all I know, she may be Jamaican. So when I looked at the photographs of Michael Hudak and his baby daughter, I recognized that this is the same little girl who was photographed with a guy named Josh Medina. So Josh Medina is a Puerto Rican man. He is a dark-skinned Puerto Rican man. And his girlfriend, who he had the baby with, is a woman named Leah Rafalco, also known as the actress Hilary Swank, also known as the actress Eva Mendes. So I do not want to repeat a lot of the same information. I want to refer you to the documentary entitled Hilary Swank and the Kings of Heroin. And in that documentary, I show that Josh Medina's daughter is the same little girl photographed with Michael Hudak. So since Josh Medina is an identity that more than one agent of the MK Ultra program uses, we could say that Michael Hudak, also known as Frank LaBarbera, he was one of the people who used the identity of Josh Medina. And that is one of the reasons why both of those men, Michael Hudak and Josh Medina, have photographs of the same child. So what is interesting is that Michael Hudak is photographed 3 or 4 times with a black woman, and he has identified her as Rachel Menard. And in one of the photographs, Rachel Menard is smiling. In another photograph, she appears like she is distraught or extremely tired. And Michael Hudak is taking a picture of them, like holding up a camera or a cell phone and taking a picture of them. And Rachel Menard does not look happy. She looks like she is tired, and she is not looking at the camera. She is looking away, and she looks like she is upset about something. Then there is a photograph of Michael Hudak standing next to Rachel Menard, or somebody who appears to be Rachel Menard, wearing sunglasses and holding a baby. So you may think that if they're on vacation and they're standing in front of a water fountain, that she may take off her sunglasses, but her sunglasses are on. And then in the 4th photograph of Michael Hudak and Rachel Menard, it appears as if a man is impersonating Rachel Menard. It looks like a man in drag. And again, they are wearing sunglasses. So that person, Rachel Menard number 3, has been identified as Frank LaBarbera, also known as Michael Hudak number 1. And he is standing next to his younger brother, who is Jared Heidi, also known as Frank LaBarbera number 2, also known as Michael Hudak number 3. So if you look at Michael Hudak's Facebook page, with the exception of these 3 or 4 photographs with Rachel Menard, the rest of the photographs are of Michael Hudak and this young black woman who is believed to be his daughter, or who is supposedly his daughter. So the truth is, who knows what happened to that baby girl that's photographed with Michael Hudak that found her way over to Josh Medina and Leah Rafalco. Who knows what happened to her, as these kids are traded around the MK Ultra program. Who knows if that is the same girl, now growing older, appearing to be a teenager or in her 20s or 30s, who is photographed with Michael Hudak. In my opinion, these photographs of Michael Hudak and this young woman, they appear a little bit strange, kind of like those two are dating. None of the photographs look like a father with his daughter. Every photograph, they appear to be on a date together and mentally the same age. There's photographs of them lying down together or the girl on his back, acting idiotic for the camera. So I could see one or two like that, being goofy in one or two. But there is just dozens of photographs like that. And when I identified the baby girl that was with Michael Hudak as Josh Medina and Leah Rafalco's daughter, I guess that something is not exactly right with these families who are identified as professional actors and agents of the MK Ultra program. A common practice is for these agents to find women, date the women, marry the women, have children with the women, and then they target those women. They kill those women, and then they sell their children who they have had with these women. The only people who are welcome in these secret societies are people just like them. They marry within their families, and they marry other families who are just like them. They are all interrelated. They are all inbred. And that is the only children that they want to accept into their families and groups. Any children that they produce with regular people go on to be targets. They don't want to keep those children because those children are not like them. So I will refer you to Hilary Swank and the Kings of Heroin for more information on this agent of the MK Ultra program. photographed with Lauren LaBarbera is a man who is believed to be her husband or boyfriend, and his name is Michael Texera, and he has been identified as a police officer in Hillsborough, New Hampshire, which is the subject of the investigative documentary series Snuff Hill. Hillsborough, New Hampshire is located 23 miles away from Concord, New Hampshire's state capital. It is my opinion that Hillsborough, New Hampshire has been taken over by a secret society that practices MK Ultra mind control and occult ritual crimes. Michael Texera has also been recognized as the convicted killer Stephen Hayes, number 3, who was arrested after a home invasion and an arson murder in Cheshire, Connecticut. He is identified as Stephen Hayes, number 3. Stephen Hayes, number 1, has been identified as former CIA Director John Brennan, number 1, also known as actor Richard Macer. And Stephen Hayes, number 2, has been identified as George W. Bush, number 2, also known as actor Dustin Hoffman, number 1, also known as Baron Robert Fellows, number 2. Information on Stephen Hayes and the Cheshire, Connecticut home invasion and arson murders can be found on this documentary series, and also the documentary series Aristocrat Alien Hybrid Serial Killers. When there is more than one person identified as someone like convicted killer Stephen Hayes, it is because the MK Ultra program, which practices occult ritual murder, is responsible for those crimes. And those crimes were carried out by more than Stephen Hayes and Joshua Komazarjevsky. They are carried out by dozens of people, hundreds of people. So if they get caught, if they get arrested, as is their normal practice, they will show you more than one person photographed as Stephen Hayes. They will have sometimes a dozen people using the identity of Stephen Hayes or Joshua Komazarjevsky during those crimes. So you will see more than one person photographed, interviewed, video recorded using the identity of Stephen Hayes or Joshua Komazarjevsky, because that is their normal practice. That is what they do. So begin to notice that. So because the MK Ultra program functions as a doubles program, they will use a number of different agents to commit crimes under one identity. So when you view the investigative documentary series entitled Snuff Hill, and you look at what I've uncovered, keep in mind that on the Hillsborough, New Hampshire Police Department, you'll find men like convicted killer who burned 2 little girls to death as an officer, as a police officer in Hillsborough, New Hampshire. So that is who you will be calling if you have an emergency and you are a resident of Hillsborough, New Hampshire. And that is the way the British and the United States military run towns like Hillsborough, New Hampshire, so they could commit these occult-based crimes that make them a lot of money. And if anybody has a problem and they need the police department, they could call up Officer Stephen Hayes for help. So the town of Hillsborough, New Hampshire has been taken over by the MK Ultra program. And what this means is that a network of very wealthy families have bought all of the houses, all of the businesses, all of the land in that area. So they control everything in that area. The police department, all the local businesses, the local government, everything. And then they move their targets in by advertising houses for sale or maybe jobs in the community. And if you are one of those targets that wind up in Hillsborough, New Hampshire, you will be surrounded with nothing but their agents who are all psychotic, who are all criminally insane. So Stephen Hayes, number 3, is a member of the Rothschild family. He has also been identified as Chris Magnotta. His parents, Mr. and Mrs. Magnotta, have been identified as Evelyn Rothschild, number 4, and Baroness Philippine Rothschild.
Pronouncenames.com.
Philippines.
It's Philippine Rothschild. So the Rothschilds are known as a banking dynasty. I believe that they are the most wealthy family on the planet. And this is what they are involved in. This is what families like the Rothschilds are involved in. The MK Ultra mind control program that targets citizens as a form of organized crime. When you hear that the MK Ultra program is involved in testing top secret mind control technology on different types of people, that is not true. They use that technology to commit organized crime concerning murder and theft, concerning taking over entire estates, concerning impersonating people as they take over whole families. So Chris Magnotta, also known as Stephen Hayes number 3, also known as Michael Texera, also known as actor Casey Simasco, and actor Corey Feldman. He lives in my neighborhood in Marlborough, New Hampshire. He is a neighbor of mine. He is now a neighbor of mine in Marlborough, New Hampshire, very much like Hillsborough, New Hampshire, where the same sort of crimes were taking place. And that was where I ended up buying a house when I wanted to relocate to New Hampshire to be closer to my ex-wife and 2 daughters. So they most likely owned a number of properties in this area first. So the unusual thing about this agent is that I will often see him when I go for my runs. I jog past his house and he is often walking his dog at the same time. So I have noticed that he always seems to have different dogs with him. They are all around the same size and they are all similar looking, but they are not the same. For example, he first had a dog and I looked it up to get the breed, and it is called a Basset Artesian Normand. It is a dog with very short legs, and he called that dog Noodles. He was walking down the street with this big weird grin on his face, like he was a little bit crazy. And as he walked past me, he said hello to me, and I greeted him back. And then he looked at his dog and said, "Come on, Noodles, let's go." And so the first few times I saw that dog, it was a Basset Artesian Normand. And then the next time I saw him walking his dog, it was a different dog. It looked like a terrier. And again, he referred to his dog as Noodles. He always made a point to talk to his dog. And again, he called the dog Noodles, even though it was a different dog. And then the last time I saw him, he had a German Shepherd puppy. And again, he was talking to his dog, and he called his dog Noodles, as if it was the same dog. So I have seen him walking his dog maybe 7 or 8 times. A couple of times he had a German Shepherd puppy. A couple of times he had something like a terrier. And a couple of times he had a Basset Artesian Normand. So I do not know why he is calling 3 different dogs the same name, Noodles. What would you think was happening? Why would that person have 2 or 3 different dogs and call them all by the same name? What was happening to his dogs? Why was he always getting new dogs? So maybe some of those dogs are disappearing. So this agent, Chris Magnotta, also known as convicted killer Stephen Hayes number 3, he is believed to be a mentally retarded man. His parents are believed to be related, as they are identified as Evelyn Rothschild and Baroness Philippine Rothschild. They are probably siblings. If you look up their information and you attempt to figure it out, it may show that they are cousins. I believe that they are siblings and they are producing children together. And those children, the same as their parents, are involved in organized crime, MK Ultra based crimes, occult based crimes. They are committing crimes under the identity of Stephen Hayes. They are burning people to death. They have no conscience. They have no morals. They are mentally retarded and they are born through incest. So I am a target of the MK Ultra program. And this is why I have agents like Chris Magnata living in my neighborhood. He has been following me under one identity or another my entire life. The same with every other member of his family. And that includes his younger brother, Ryan Magnata, who is identified as the fire chief in Hillsborough, New Hampshire, named Kenny Stafford, number 2. There are 2 men who act as Kenny Stafford, at least 2, and he is one of them. Ryan Magnata has also been identified as actor Tom Burke and director Baz Luhrmann and director James Ponsoldt. He is a member of the Rothschild family. Their sister, Melissa Magnata, has been identified as the girlfriend of Joshua Komizarjevsky. That's Caroline Messel. So she is also involved in the Cheshire, Connecticut murders. And she is exposed in this documentary series entitled Crown Princes of the Illuminati Part 3. She has also been identified as Prince Harry's wife, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, number 2. She is also identified as Hannah Winters, who is the daughter of Terry and Nancy Winters. She has also been identified as Lady Gaga number 1 and Miley Cyrus number 1. Like all of these agents, they get all of the different acting positions as their families control all of the big studios in California. And they commit these crimes because they produce adrenaline-saturated blood. They are all addicted to adrenaline-saturated blood. No matter how much money they have, they commit these crimes to produce adrenaline-saturated blood. And when they cannot kill people, they kill animals. They torture and they kill animals, such as dogs, horses, and cows. Anything to produce the adrenaline-saturated blood. So this individual is believed to have been born in the late 50s or around 1960. And I believe when I was 15 years old, Michael Texera, also known as Chris Magnata, also known as Terry Winters, number 2, he approached me at the Candlewood Lake Club's beach at the lake. And he started a fight with me. And we began to fight on Candlewood Lake Road. And I tried to pick him up to kind of slam him on the ground in something like a judo throw. And he weighed around 200 pounds. And I was using my hip and I picked him up a little bit. And what he did is he picked up both of his legs real quick when I had him a little bit off the ground. And he fell against the side of my leg and he broke my leg. So that was in 1990. So he was 30 years old. He was around 30 years old when he was fighting a 15-year-old kid. I was standing on the beach. It was after dark, and he disguised himself as another teenager. And he walked behind me, and he pulled down my shorts. So I pulled up my shorts, and a short time later, we began to fight. So this is a mentally retarded man. He is an agent of the MK Ultra program. He disguises himself as a 15-year-old boy, as a teenage boy. He called himself Fred. So this 30-year-old mentally retarded man will act like a 15-year-old boy. He'll get in fights with 15-year-old kids. And since I was 130 pounds and he was over 200 pounds, he ended up breaking my leg in that fight. So this is what the Rothschild family creates. This is the Rothschild son. And this is what they do. Years later, he also acted as a guy named Trevor O'Reilly, who was a drinking buddy of mine. I met Trevor O'Reilly at Brookfield High School, and we used to drink on the weekends. There was 2 or 3 of us, Neil Kelly, Mike Falls, and Trevor O'Reilly, and we would drink together. So one day, Casey Samasco, also known as Chris Magnata, also known as Michael Texera, he disguises himself as Trevor O'Reilly, and he picks another fight with me in the front yard of Neil Kelly's house. We had gone down to the store to buy more beer, and on the way back, he argues with me in the car, calling me a punk. And when we got back to the house, he said, "Let's settle this right now." So we got into another fight in the front yard. But by then I was 22 years old, and I beat him, and he looked like he wanted to cry. He's nothing but a big retarded baby. He's another sadistic, spoiled, mentally retarded inbred from these extremely wealthy families. So that is why these people are big into attacking children. It makes them feel strong. That is what all these MK Ultra based groups do. They attack children, like in Cheshire, Connecticut. No matter how much money they have, they are still going to go after everybody else for what little they have, because they are sadistic. They are not just greedy. They have hatred for the rest of the people on this planet. And a big way that they do this is by getting the female members of their family to date their targets. Then the females move in with their targets, like his sister Melissa Magnata did with me when she impersonated my girlfriend named Kim Smith. His sister Melissa Magnata is identified as Kim Smith, number 3, and she is the woman that stabbed me in the leg 30 or 40 times when I was passed out one night, when I was sleeping one night. And that incident is described in this documentary series in part 3. So his brother, Ryan Magnata, was also seen on my road in Marlborough, New Hampshire. When I was taking a jog, he would walk past me. I saw him twice walking on my road. So that is why the MK Ultra program, they are called gang stalkers. This family, the Magnatas, also known as the Rothschilds, they stalk my family, the Cordova family, and the Harwood family. His father, Evelyn Rothschild, also known as Mr. Magnata, is one of the agents who act as Jim Pace, who is my mother's boyfriend. So far, 2 of them have been identified. One is Jim Pace, number 1, also known as Evelyn Rothschild, also known as George Ellis, also known as George Carlin, also known as Robert De Niro, number 1. The second one is Jim Pace, number 2, also known as Richie Pace, also known as King Charles, number 2, from the British royal family, also known as a number of different professional actors.